I am unmuting because I am I'm a bit ticked with I'm a bit ticked with how OBS, I swear, twice would just start breaking, or my connection, something, my ping would start spiking. Just before we get to see freaking Shoms and Mikotoba, right? I don't understand. Because the first time was when, like, Yujin was, like, passed out, got punched in the gut. And then stream died just before that was about to happen. I'm like, okay, well, you know, got a few hours in. That's fine. Then the third time I streamed was when freaking we were, like, I can't say it, but like we're going to see them again. We were just going to, and I think I saved the game at that point because I'm like, I can't go back to like the beginning because I already saved a bunch. So I don't know what's with my connection being like, yeah, no, you don't get freaking you don't get these two. Screw you. I just don't get it. But I'm hoping, I think I literally said like, oh, hopefully nothing goes wrong, and hopefully everything goes right, and then no, it just decides to die on me. Why is this up here? What? Let's do this again. So, it's like rambling for like a minute. I have to like just keep an eye on that ping because I don't trust it. I don't trust you. You better just stay green. That's all I want. I just want to go green and all that. I'm just gonna let the stream just go on. I didn't freaking frick. I always forget this for some reason. Like, the heck? VideoTube. Oh, VideoTube. Sorry. VideoTube doesn't freaking register my microphone sometimes. I don't know why. This, I don't know if any of that worked. Oh yeah, it worked. Okay. Oh, I forgot about the. Oh wait, that's the Shaw one that I had for like Hollow Knight stream, which I don't know if I'm gonna do because I played Hollow Knight so much. I haven't even beaten the game, and I feel sad. But I'm probably gonna try to beat it off stream or something. I don't know if I'll stream Silk Song. What the fudge was that? I just saw something. Hold up. What's that? Huh? Twitch? Okay. But I just want to get through this. Please. For the love of God, I want to see these two. Why isn't my thing working? There we go. Alright. Is it because I clicked up? Did I click something else? Ah, frick it. Well. Yes, save from. Yeah, okay, that's right. I was scared. I'm like. Oh yeah, so now we're in a recess right now, because going back to what happened last time, the whole, like, assassination plot was supposed to be on Judge Jigoku. I gotta say this man's name right before, because we gonna have to see him at some point. He was supposed to be assassinated on the SS Grouse, but he didn't. But now he's missing. He's been missing for like a whole freaking day or something. Or since this morning at least. And so they have to like find him. And if they don't, then we're fricked. Because it's just going to put more, point more blame onto Zeke's, because there would be no way of, like, freaking, telling who, like, is the Reaper. Okay. I mean, I didn't process, like, I keep an eye on that ping. Okay. Was that? Oh, it's Ryunosuke. I was about to start speaking like Sasato. Well, in the worst case, you might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options. Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last ear. Of course! The little Mr. Sholmes doll that Iris gave us. If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today... Oh wait, I want to hide this. Then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. I think I lost her voice. Perhaps now is the time. Let's pull on the little Ryunosuke ears. What should I do? Pull Hurley's ears or not? What if we leave it? I want to see what happens if we leave it. It's just not just like, yeah, no, frick it. We're gonna pull it myself. Leave it. Like, this is one of Iris's inventions. There's no telling what might happen. For all I know, it could cause a huge explosion. I'm not sure you should be thinking like that, Mr. Naruhodo. Compared to the trial ending immediately after this recess, a huge explosion might be preferable. I'm not sure you should be thinking like that, Mr. Sato. But I suppose you're right. If there's ever a time for taking a risk, it's now. Okay. Here goes then. I'm going to do it. Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo. What luck do you need for pulling the rabbit's ears? No looking back. Ow! That scream sounded like Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Here, my dear fellow, here. It's the felt doll talking! His soul's been trapped into a doll! Oh, frick! Hold the ears again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can. Alright then, I'll put all my strength into it. Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ear off. What the? Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Myself and my trusty partner. My god. Are presently in the first class cabin area of the SS Grouse. Holy frick. Mikotoba gameplay, let's go. The SS Grouse. She left over last night after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. What? We are currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour. What? I'm still like that little felt doll like freaking whoosh on over to his ear. You've taken a trip to France. Oh, that's quite romantic. Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station and by train to the port, in order to board this vessel in time. So, you mean you'd already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place? Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name? Sherlock Sholmes, world-famous great detective. Recite to perfection. Well done. You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes. That's the only word for it. I love this so much. Ow, ow, ow. Mr. Sato, gently with this genius's ear, please. Oh my, I'm ever so sorry. If I may, Sholmes. Ah, there you are, Mikotoba. You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grouse. At Scotland Yard yesterday, when we examined that notebook and I recall my steamship ticket. But of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our court-bound companions utter my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? We just entered the recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. And if we're unable to present any new leads then, I'm afraid to say... Do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubts we shall have welcome news for you within the half hour. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful. Until later, then. Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first. Yeah, really. I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion. Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operate in that way in the first place, Sholmes? Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine. I love this. Whilst I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes, we have built but half an hour now before the Grouse puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigation rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long. There are times, Mikotoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. What? So, let us begin. First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. That crewman standing in front of the doors is an angry looking fellow. why are you loitering here? Who are you? My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous great detective when you see one? I mean, with that outfit, I don't know how anyone could. The question really ought to be, who are you? Do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor Chicken Stroganoff when you see? Sir, nice tattoo. Great detective. Ha, I don't think so. Do you see that, Mikotoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that a tattoo that says Sholmes? I must say, while such adoration is flattering, naturally, it does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave now! How distressing. My loyal devotee knows me only by name and not by appearance. And yet, I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe. Oh, wait, it's the other Stroganoff. I can't remember his freaking name. Wait, it's Beef or something? I don't know. Oh, no, Biff. Biff. I'm like, Biff Stroganoff. That's his name, yeah. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. How could you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikotoba. I'm sure it's what? Wait, what? Who said that? What? Okay, that... I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There is no this name on board, but we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. Ah, you mean Easterman. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk, he said something about emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? So Seishiro's realized that we're after him, has he? His cabin is the one behind you. Would you like to investigate, please? No, I have orders not to let even mouse inside. Mikotoba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse so that he leaves the area. Doesn't great detectives see that even sailors have ears, both left and right? Crisis, the plan is ruined! Dang it! And you have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Get it, cabin door is locked. Even if I am not here, you cannot get inside. Mikotoba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock. How? See, the thing is, I cannot remember, like, how this went because I'm just sitting here like, dude. How would you open up these locks if, like, theoretically they should be, like, latches or something? Wait, no. No, wait. Nope, never mind. Hold on. With a mere 5 seconds, took you 30 last time. So you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner. How could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? I love these two. So I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Good man. So, the game is afoot. Holy frick. Mikitoba Gaming. Now it's another first-class cabin, and yet its door is completely unguarded. Empty as well. I had a quick look inside earlier, though I confess I didn't investigate the wardrobe. There may very well be a young Japanese fellow inside, perspiring merrily. If you're referring to Naruhodo, you know very well that he's currently perspiring merrily in court. Does it not strike you though, Mikitoba? Why the man stands guard only in front of this cabin, when both are apparently vacant? This must be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract the crewman's attention with this somehow. Let's try it. Oh! Oh! That sounds like Big Mouse and Trap. I will bring bucket of water later and put out of misery. Oh my god! What? I don't like the sound of that. Oh. In any case, my dear fellow, that was quite unconvincing. Only Japanese mice make a chew sound. Oh really, Sholmes? And pray tell, what sound do Russian mice make? EP, naturally. Though also quite unconvincing, I readily admit. So go ahead, Mikitoba. Do a PB this time. No, thank you. I'm sure I can come up with an alternative solution. I have an idea. I just want to look around real quick. That's the way back to the deck, but we certainly can't give up on this now. That's a speaking tube for members of the crew to communicate with one another around the ship. If I could just persuade our stocky sailor friend that he needs to use it. Sholmes could unlock the door whilst he was distracted. The question is, how? What is this? The switch for the electrical lights. Perhaps if we were to turn off the lights, the crewmen wouldn't be able to see what we were doing. What is happening? Where is the light? Now, Sholmes, now! Oh! Nobody there. That was a close shave. Quite an act you have, stumbling so violently in an apparently empty corridor. Do be quiet, Sholmes. I shall have to think of another approach. Like, look, man, I'm rusty, alright? It's like a Nyo Temple Guardian statue. This fellow, the way he's glaring at us so fiercely. Tell me, why are you standing guard here if the cabins are unoccupied? Because this is area only for first-class passengers. We must look out for suspicious criminals. He was looking straight at me when he said that. My dear fellow, as you can plainly see, we are quite unsuspicious as criminals go. But still criminals. No, for goodness sake, Sholmes, tell the man we're neither suspicious nor criminals. Ah yes, quite right, Mikitoba. Curses, this seaman is far too able for his own good. Oh my god, Sholmes. Be extremely careful in what you say. One of us ought to be, yes. This would appear to be an alarm bell. All heck would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. Here goes then. Pardon me in advance. You, what are you doing? If we were at sea, that would be a very bad problem. What's going on down there? Seaman Stroganoff, report at once. Sorry, sir, nothing to report. It was just a stupid trick. No, not by me, by world famous... No, not as I told you. Now, Sholmes, now! Done. Not even 5 seconds, eh? Well, don't stand there gawping at my brilliance, Mikotoba. In we go. Oh, yes. Good gracious. It would appear that the occupants of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. Those clothes on the floor there, they're Seishiro's, without question. Well, it seems we're just a little too late. Yes, by about 2 hours. Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. But that burly crewman may return at any moment, Sholmes. Indeed he may. Which makes this all the more thrilling. Let's go! According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Usogi's wardrobe. Indeed he was, and it was of a similar size to this one. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow. Whatever for? It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moments for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, in you go. This will only take a moment. Really, Sholmes, you surely can't... Surely you can just tell me what you said. Well, after some brilliant remark and open the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer. I think I'll just read about it in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here, how it... Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off. Ice, Mikotoba, ice! What opulence the first-class passenger enjoy? Chilled drinks. Pardon? Could it be that the steamship is equipped with an electricity... Why am I having a stroke on this? I'm gonna freaking... Electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think? I don't know why I was having a problem with that. I can't. Well, it is a luxury liner after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Mikotoba. Oh no. The sight of you is making my mouth water. There is no reason for him to have said this. I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know. What does that mean? What does that mean? Hold on, I want to just post this in like I want to just post this somewhere. Hold on. Like, I just... No context at all. Like, even knowing the context of what they just said, what they were just speaking about, like, it doesn't help this at all for him to just, like, say that. I remember seeing that and having I sent it in a Discord chat and one of my friends goes WTF. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. There's a speaking tube here. Look, though it's been stoppered with some cloth. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose. Or indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere. Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think? Oh. Oh yeah, something happened here. Why did this happen? Either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from entering. Oh. Is that how... You know what, that... Okay. That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? The speckled band. This is the waste paper basket. Look, and there's still rubbish inside. Indeed, then let us pry. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets. I sincerely hope you only for your work. Ah. Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. Okay, sorry about that. 3 days ago, the night before we arrived in London then, when I was still aboard myself. Oh. Yes, there was an evacuation drill. I remember now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. Give me that. I want to read it. No, god dang it. That's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirts, a dressing gown, Mohiki work trousers, a Tenzin robe, Haromaki waistband, clearly the clothing of a Japanese man. And clearly Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe. Looks to me as if they've been throwing a heap like that in something of a hurry. Indeed, you could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt perhaps. I'm sure you made mention of packing too few. I'd very likely drown in one of Sishiro's shirts. Now I'll just buy any extras I need, I think. What? When? Y'all just like had a nice chat like while y'all were in like the cab or something? These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and/or travel cases. Oh, I wonder why. I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Does it not strike you? You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. A trifle. But you know what I always say, Mikotoba? There's nothing important about trifles. It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. We ain't gonna look. Oh yeah, see, okay. These doors don't have the latches on them, assuming because of what happened on the on the last steamship. There's a cat meowing at me. What the fudge? The Ryunosuke rule. Yeah, change that to the Ryunosuke rule. Okay. Books? Plenty of reading material to keep passengers occupied on the long sea voyages. I found the mixture of classic literature and easy reading to be most satisfactory, I must say. Whoever stocked this bookcase was a hopeless heretic! There's no copy of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, my dear fellows. I'm afraid it's just me. But no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible. I don't know, like, what would you want to, like, read the Bible or the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes? Like, I shall leave a copy behind. Just happen to have one with me. You're a true missionary of the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you? Great detectives, aren't you? This is a religion. Thank you for your service, Sherlock Holmes. Hopefully you don't get shot in a back alleyway after you place the book there. The wall is slightly different color just here. Do you see? Indeed. What you have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging from some time is removed. I just want to say, like, Holmes is being like the freaking airhead he is. Like, I swear, like, airheads were made in this time, and he's been eating them. I guess this is bolted onto the wall. Like, someone just ripped that out or something and just placed it over there. Like, yeah, this is gonna work. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. Now there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure. He may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late. I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Holmes, don't you? That outline on the wall, I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere. All the doors in this vessel have locks, I believe. A wise idea. You never know where and when criminals may strike. But of course, to the great detective Sherlock Holmes, lock, bolt, or shirt button makes no difference. All are unfastened with equal ease. The way you go on, you sound rather more like a great thief than a great detective. My dear Mektoba, as long as there are greatness, I am quite... As long as there is greatness, I am quite satisfied. I don't think you want... Ah yes, the great thief Yatagarasu. Or mother freaking Mask Star the Mask, yeah. Of course you are. Like, went over the water thing, right? And I can only imagine the face that Mektoba gave Sholmes when he said, like, oh, you know, what was the exact quote? Hold on, I don't know why I blanked out on this. The sight of you is making my mouth water. Like, what? I'd be hitting, like, the most confused freaking face of all time. That's a very sizable trunk indeed. Sashira's partial to all things large. And a rather clumsy fellow, if he failed to notice he left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to a speedy escape. Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now the situation will be quite different, though. Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not morose enough to mood work through all the combinations at present. I'm sorry. The way he that dude is tall. You're still here. Abel Seaman Stroganoff. Hello again. I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. Eh? You were waiting for me? Of course. I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity as far sooner. I was about to start, like, swearing in Russian. I was in trouble with Captain because of tricks you played before. Poor innocent chicken. It's all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off, now. Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first, there is something that must be done. Okay, hold up. Hold on a second. What are you talking about? Why, naturally. The debunking of your deceit and the barring of the truth. Kakoi? I'm afraid I see through your lies. Oh, do you now? For one thing? Oh, Jesus Christ. Mr. Jigoku has not yet left this vessel at all. And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff, you know exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you? Bleh. Good gracious, Sholmes, you mean you've worked it out? All of it? It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning? Let's frickin' go! Nothing would please me more. What is this? We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. The time is of the essence. Mr. Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. Duh! That is what I said! Sadly, that is a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Yes, of course. I see you noted it too, Mikotoba. Then please, do take the lead. What's in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago. Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikotoba. I love this so much! Yes! It's been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes. Not 3. Why, of course it has. Quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe and the answers become clear. So, impress me. I think I can manage that.
Take that!
Look at him go! Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass. How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite being abandoned 2 hours ago. It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand, get your mind off the refreshments, Sholmes. The original dance of deduction, yes! One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff? But why would Sashiro run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? That's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door, and Sashiro was, yes, 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage. As I suspected, for you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. What traces? I know nothing about this! This is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff? Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Holy frick. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice. Something out of place in here. That's the key to this, Mikotoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite incongruous. I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotoba. No, quite. My life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we all well know. Now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. Okay. It's like mark on the wall. It's the rules of passage that's really out of place. It looks like he's trying to like... The fact that he's trying to stand in front of the chest.
Take that!
It's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. That frame was originally over there. The shape and size are a perfect match. Duh, you were right! When did the frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen are you, Mr. Stroganoff. I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Oh dear, that's really seemed to touch a nerve. So, Mikotoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall? That looks like a bullet hole. What? Who has been shooting walls? Oh, it wasn't just the wall. I see the projectile has been removed. Clearly the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff. I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you're talking about! Why would I try to protect Eastern Stranger? Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense as clearly shown by... I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes. Ah, my dear Mikotoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle, and I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I'll put a wager on it. It's time to glare at the fellow from all sides. Well, I can certainly do that. Sir, what do you have hiding? You got some money in your pockets! Mother fricker!
Take that!
It's almost too obvious for words. Quite. The universal language of the world. Money. And I wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Seishiro Jigoku, yes? So I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But... I believe you know, Mr. Stroganoff. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding at this precise moment in time. Notice and wager. As always, Mikotoba, in matters of deduction, the future of glance is your unflattering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in this burly fellow's armor. They're aura farming, for God's sake! Y'all gotta stop this. No. I don't know if I said this in the previous stream. Well, actually, no, I did say this. I want there to be a Great Ace Attorney anime. I don't know how the frick that would work with dance deductions, but I want it to happen. You need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. The slightest flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even what which is barely perceptible. You could hardly call this a barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man's turned his entire head. he like, whoa, he turned around, bro. It's not exactly what you describe as the future of glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. We shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow. Bro is gobsmacked. Oh, jeez. Oh, I forgot I could do... Yo, I wonder where he is. Underneath the floorboard. Nah, he's in the trunk.
Take that!
You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? The truth is, the Shirajugoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. If he still has a breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code. The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. Of course. In short, before Jugoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff. No, I know nothing about combination code! Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. That is the face of someone who is cooked. Now, Mikotoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk? How on earth do you expect me... It's a 7-digit number, remember. Quickly now, we have little time. Oh, geez, okay, wait, I think... Well, good thing I took a screenshot. Hold on. Holy frick. Why couldn't they do this? Why couldn't we do this when we open the vault in Drebber's like thing? Hold up. Oh, dude, he had that thing. What the fudge? Review scene. Oh wait. Oh, there is a review scene. Oh, dang. Oh, dang, okay. Oh, it's upside down. Okay, wait, yeah, okay. 5. Looks like a 2? What? 5, 2, 3. 1, 0, 4, 5. That 2 looks like a... I remember that being a 2. Because it looks like a 6. Alright, okay. Oh, thank God, there's no other freaking numbers. Like 1, 0, 4, 5.
Take that!
That did it! It's open! Had to meddle, didn't you? Well, Yujin, you found me now. Seishiro. In the original Japanese release that used Sherlock Holmes, the lock is 6 digits. Oh. Oh, wait, is it because, like, it's because his name doesn't have, it loses a letter in Japanese or something. Maybe I'm thinking. No, wait. No, wait, yeah. I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know. But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it? No, quite. I just wish it were some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many of your exploits. I'm surprised you guys never met sooner. Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. The devil's in the details, Spikatoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour. I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor. Well, Seishiro, are you going to explain all this? You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey. Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. What about language about Holmes not fully entering the public domain until 2023? Oh, yeah, because they didn't use, like, Sherlock Holmes. Okay, yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again. So we decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it. I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you. Why'd you It's somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket, and here I am. I've just seen for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So you've already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else taking this cabin and seeing the evidence. Is that it? Eugen, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, this ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid you must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. We have this, Seishiro. Take it. What is it? It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be. You came prepared then, Eugen. Come on, let's go. One moment? What is it, Sholmes? Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk. I found this rather fascinating trinket. What is that? Seishiro? I can't help you, I'm afraid. It's a small component from something. But what? I have no idea. By the look on his face, I think he generally doesn't know. Well, let's pocket it as a small souvenir for our brief sojourn in France. Oh, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. Kazuma Sogi, I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. During the past 30 minutes whilst this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
Objection!
No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. And there can only be one conclusion, that the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony? Far from it. There's still a crucial witness, from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way, and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Seishiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper! Judge Jigoku! You found him! But the investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man? He was located in France during the recess, at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes. Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death, because along with the prosecutor Sogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Seishiro Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st October. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point. Prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side? No, my lord. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day. By the skin of our teeth. Ba, ba, ba. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. And he beep. Outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within. It was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. We have returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you had an even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I, no? You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So this prosecutor, Asogi, had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible. To think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. And all this started almost a year ago now. Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Jigoku? We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikotoba. This must be quite a shock for him. Ah yes, I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put it upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put upon me, Sholmes. Had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you've had a reply already. What was so urgent though, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait till later. I'm far too hungry for involved conversation at present. Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone. What a feast it is! If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kipper, stew, steak, and kidney pie. Yorkshire pudding. Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up! In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasants I see, as well. Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there. Why we're not? Are we in set places this evening? Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. For me? That's right, I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. Oh! I love it. See, oh, that's terribly kind of you. It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean. Oh my god! Oh. Iris, do you mean... yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened to the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left. What? The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. Actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father. That'd be a weird freaking turn of events right there for Mikotoba. Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. I'm gonna cry, man. I'm gonna cry. The pheasant is by the way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh, no, that's quite alright. Then why do I get an apologetic pheasant? So, just who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. So then, let us dine, while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Sholmes. That looks absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan, and about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Bro, why does he look so sour? Like, he looks so done. I'm gonna eat this. Roast beef, kipper, stew, steak, and kidney pie. Yorkshire pudding. How it looks mouth-wateringly good. Indeed it does. And if it were accompanied by even more so of pheasant, it would be perfection. You're still on that. Oh, it really does look like a feast for celebrating a victory in court. Or indeed, for drowning one's sorrows after defeat. I hope you weren't referring to the trial tomorrow, Mr. Sholmes. He's clearly still in mourning over the pheasant at the moment. Yeah, that's the man who's salty about pheasant. My god. Okay. Actually, wait, do we have the... Yes! Kuruma. Give me that. Okay, I can read this now. Evacuation drill notice, 31st October. Following the departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. And then... this. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part of the top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it? It's called the crown, I believe. The watch would be quite useless without one. The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? That's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually, yes, Mr. Naruhodo? If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. We put two and two together, but not really until like the court case. Yippee! Okay, can you stop sulking over there, man? We need answers. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. My god, man, there's other days you'll have pheasant. Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. Even though I played the role of father to you for far longer. This 100% confirms that Mikoto is still technically a father to Iris. I love this family. Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love for game. It sounds like he's like, yeah, like, it sounds like he hunts, like, I've played the most dangerous game, man. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. Alright. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then? Ah, this? I think my lucky stars arrived in time. Oh, what the fudge? Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Yosogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. What? Those 4 names? We've come across that exact same list before. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. Oh my god. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be a masking monumental interview. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. And exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked would decipher the fragment of a message. K. Yosogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. We didn't find the names out until the case was over. We never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew is that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now? Yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes? I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communications from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Needed by tomorrow. Naruhodo. Ah, frick! Naruhodo! Ah, frick, he's screwed. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. You asked Inspector Hasanaga to undertake such an onerous task for you. Yeah! I love it's the picture of him with the turtle on his head. Wait, oh wait, no, wait, I know why. Inconspicuous. And in my name. I wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand. Anyway, the list of names was found in Shishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient. I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Freaking Kazuma's death now. Yeah, like, can you explain us that? You cannot have possibly thought, like, yeah, this man ain't moving no more. He's dead. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Bira. It was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events as transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Mr. Sato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Oh my, you mean... The arrangement between our two countries is already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on the study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Sogi. I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma from coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Sogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. So, you manipulated me! I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it! But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated like the authorities as murder. By the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. I seem to remember Mr. Sato and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved your every word, I'm sure. I wonder if she made it to America then. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see. An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand. We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. Oh wait, yeah, it says. Yo, wait, Sholmes, what do you think of my badge? Actually, wait, I don't think I've been able to. Wait, hold on. I just want to like see. Do you have any like? Do you react at all when I show Gregson's picture? Do you mind looking at this? Tell the town, Naruhodo. I'm sure you'll appreciate. Oh, no, of course not. My attention's entirely drawn to one single matter now. The pheasant! Oh, come on! Anyone would think you hadn't eaten in weeks. He really does make it sound... You like these firecrackers? I'm sure gunpowder will taste great. Actually, you know, like, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, Sholmes liked gunpowder. Because he ate, like, soap and wax. What's this? There's no room for that with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched, so... You obviously knew. That's where the list of names would be found. Oh my god, my freaking phone. Ah, my phone! What the fudge? Okay. Okay. Kayasugi, Aishin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. At the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove those others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments. You perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs of non-knowing it. Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line! Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected. Oh my god. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names, because you see, there was someone else on the list who I believe to be recently deceased. What? Who? Aishin, I say it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asa Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer and well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. Kei Asogi and T. Gregson. Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. So that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Exactly. So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes. Oh yes, Mr. Sholmes and I have been exchanging correspondence for years. I've recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know. Oh, Iris. I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No. But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, yes. You mean about Asa Shin, I presume? Oh, of course! Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Jessie Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. So Mikotoa didn't tell you that then, okay. And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I had formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. What? Topsy? What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I believe all 4 names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Asa Shin was a killer! So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front. Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shin is because he was the target of an assassination. And forearmed with that knowledge, Fred's consideration of this telegram puts Elizabeth in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There's another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean... But of course, a name you know only too well. You mean... Kazuma?! He did say in court earlier today. Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. Young Mr. Sogi accepted that mission a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange. An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have gotten involved in something like that? His father. Let's assume that we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those two parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassin exchange. So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange. But what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh, yes. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries. The fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels. The highest levels? These murderers were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one single devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Kazuma was here for Gregson? So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark? Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. This whole freaking thing is like, no, like, I love this so much. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. Mr. Sholmes. I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition, that he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in. Alright everyone, that's quite enough of all this serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time. Quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember. It is. A little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister. Oh, I love him so much! I'm sorry, Iris. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. Oh, what? Really? Oh yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know how to throw Runo to the floor? Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure. You didn't have to agree quite so readily. Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runo. Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Hold on, Iris. You must always be mindful of feelings. I raised you so well. I love this family so much. Yes. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now, because it's for my big brother and sister. Jigoku to Kazuma just before the break of Juon, and do not forget to fill the mission imposed upon you. Ah! It was from the start! I hate this man. Points at Iris. I love her so much. I love this family. Chums, get the adoption papers and make it tell about you're part of this family. What is all of this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what? You'll just have to wait and see. Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths whilst posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an ever greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. As I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Oh! I love this family. I love this freaking family. I should have just left it. Ah, dang it. I should have just, like, left it there as, like, because I was like, oh, I need to refill my drink. Oh, frick, wait. Oh, yeah, we're going straight into it. I'm gonna, like... Once there's, like, music, I'll, like, leave to get a drink. Or refill my drink. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the Coast trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. Revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Alright, well, music's playing. Yeah, alright, I've hired this man to stare at you. Frick you, by the way. You look like Damon Gant. You look like his grandfather. I've hired this man to stare at you. Wait, actually, wait, can I? No, frick. I want to like put something over his face. Where is it? Is it this? Nope. Was it this? Yeah, okay, it was this. Alright, yeah, you get spinning clavier cube. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I clearly forgot I posted that, like, out of context screenshot of Sean's just like, oh hey, the Ivy's making my mouth water, and it's just still killing me. I think I remember seeing that because it was a post about, oh, what was it? It was like unhinged, like out of context, like with no context, this sounds like really gay or something. Like the one where Clavier is like, let me actually, speaking of which, where Clavier is like, oh, I've had women like look at me, but I've never felt this way with a man. Bro. Why do you have to say? I still, like, sometimes I don't know what the translation is, like, one to, like, cause everything's, all these games are from Japan, so it's like is in Japan first and then translated to other languages afterwards. So it, like, I wonder if that was supposed to say something else. Cause why? Why would he? I don't know. I don't get this game. I love it. Got freaking spirit mediums. Yeah, spirit mediums in like the main game and whatnot. So it's like that doesn't make any sense, but okay, we'll go with it. Spirit mediums exist, but time travel doesn't, so... Okay. Anything else I'm freaking missing? Chomps. I really, like, at some point... Huh? Like, I really want to, like, at some point have, like, a random stream. Like, you'll never know when this is gonna happen. It's kind of like a transparent Chomps. Like, somewhere. It's gonna be like, where's Waldo, but where's Chomps at? He's just gonna be, like, transparent somewhere. You just have to find him. And then slowly, ever so slightly, I'll just, like, turn up the opacity or something. Okay. Consuls, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Oh yeah. Yep, we gonna do that. I clicked on something on accident. Resolve. Yes, that's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Sogi permitted to continue in his role as a prosecutor? Especially since, yeah, you're right. Like, he confessed, like, oh yeah, I was supposed to kill Gregson, you know? Like, how can we trust him? Or I was assigned to kill Gregson, but I didn't. Okay. So? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper! Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading to a very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? He's been possessed by a demon. As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. Of course you have, because you're the freaking Chief Justice of this dang court. Frick you, man. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Yeah, sure, man, whatever. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closing hearing of Beric von Zeeks. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Sogi, begin! As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Like, he looks so different from his, like, judge attire. Like... Well, not so different, but, you know. Having, like, a more Western, outfit. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Ha. So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena. I did what was necessary. Well, look at what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium, but then without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I declined to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was invited as guest may be a questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Ah, frick you, man. My decision is unrelated to this case. Every time I hear that, I'm like, oh, it's so related. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector had been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon. This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right, and you, Judge Jigoku, are the heart of you are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Sashiro Jigoku is involved in this case? My god, this... Hasanaga is going to get in so much trouble for this.
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: Kei Asogi, Ace Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Oh. You little... Where'd you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? Oh, you freaking motherfricker. This list of 4 names followed a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. Kei Sogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Jesely Brett, but her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent out on a mission to kill from Great Britain. Asa Shin and her victim J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. Kei Asogi and T. Gregson, one assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country formed as an assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? Being dumb about it. The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you! He is so ticked off, bro. Judge Jigoku, what's this all about? So, you knew of your assassin's exchange to Gregson, but not about with Asa. Okay, so I guess he wasn't informed of that, because that would very much make him like, oh dear God, I know what's going on. And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you accepted the assassination mission. The mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the names on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Sashiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. You deliberately avoided saying a name. The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassins exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems that this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassins exchange and the events of the nights of the 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. So you admit it then, as this communication suggests. There really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here. To use such a worldly practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Sogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma-sama. Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterparts in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange was the defense, but the defense has identified as unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. If he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Beric von Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. The freaking circus court I'm in. To think that Similian's foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. It's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. I look around at the freaking room, and I look at this guy. I question. I love how, like, it... Crazy. You couldn't have just planned all this without, like, some high official, without, like, not knowing it. like, the screen goes red. I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. You're making it really plain as day, like, just be surprised you freaking name drop the guy. But that was May. It's not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plots. Oh, but it's so related. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Even though he okay. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Frick you, man. Frick you. I think even with what they just said right there, I'm like, oh, I know who it is. I just can't prove it right now. Like, you know that I don't know the guy's name, but like it's this guy who's just, like in the car. Like I know who it is. I just can't prove it. Like kind of face. Like I know who it is. I just can't prove it right now. I mean, I can, but like, there's no reason for me to right now. I can't. Target was Inspector Gregson. Well, we're not talking about the Assassin's Exchange, so. Oh yeah? Yeah? Where? Oh, it's not R, it's E. I was pressing R. It's the drill. Cause... Yeah, so... They weren't always there, mother fricker. Wait, you... I know he was stuffed inside. I know he stuffed himself inside the trunk, but he probably heard all of that. That's so funny. Like he was just like in that trunk, like oh my god, please leave. What are y'all tap dancing? like what the heck's going on out there? You didn't think they would give this to us, man? Like, I don't know. Yes, as the chorus heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Shigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What a coincidence. You know, I'm gonna say, if this... As you know, I'm gonna wait. If I remember my train of thought. What? Where'd you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes, my brother in Christ. Wait. I don't know how... Okay, yeah, going back to what I was saying earlier. You didn't hear that? Or were they just like very muffled out or something? Man, okay. I guess you didn't hear. That freaking suitcase is like really thick, I guess. It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again? What'd you think he was doing? Just dancing around your freaking, like, soon-to-be coffin? Like... According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts, and during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshot emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. Oh, he is ticked off, bro. And there's a cat screaming at me. Hold on. Okay. I'm sorry that you had to look at this man. Just... My god, he looks very ticked off. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime! Frick you. Frick you.
Objection!
Nah, frick you! Objection! Frick you! Nuh-uh. Frick you mean nuh-uh. A 20-minute window opportunity, that's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. There's a bullet in the wall! Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel? Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. Oh, it's the freaking pocket watch. Hold on. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken Jigoku's cabin on the 31st October? Holy frick, I'm gonna have a stroke every time I say that. I don't know why. Maybe I need to just do tongue twisters or something. Maybe I should like do Ryunosuke strat. Like start saying random tongue twisters. Maybe that'll help my stupid like speech impediment or whatever. Or not even that. It's like Judge Jigoku. Goku. Wait a minute. But do you think, Mrs. Sato? I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here. Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see that little round component. It's actually part of Inspector Grexon's broken pocket watch. Really? I was just thinking precisely that too. Oh, he's so smart. A perfect fit. I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it. I'll make a note of this new information at once. Yay, we found the crown! Okay.
Take that!
Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch. A pocket watch? And if you observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindles protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin, ah my god, tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. You gonna break the table? You mad? You big grown freaking baby. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Holy frick, he's gonna crash out. Oh, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? Sir.
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered Ryunosuke. He's gonna pull something out. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. What? He's like, if I know that this is gonna happen, I should have just found you guilty. Like, you know that, like, gif of, like, the woman that has, like, all the, like, the math equations going to her head and whatnot, or going past? Huh. Actually, okay. I think if, like, Ryunosuke wasn't able to, like, defend himself at all that well or anything, Wait, then how the frick? Okay, well, because like she's gonna get off scot-free either way. Like whether the Ace of Shin was gonna be found guilty or not, she was gonna get off scot-free. Like, because if Ryunosuke was found guilty, then like scot-free. Even then, even when she was found guilty, she got off scot-free. But then I was thinking, like, oh wait, Kazuma's whole thing, I'm like, they would have just let him go to Brain anyway. Alright. Sorry? If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. Frick you! I hate your smug face. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October. Of course, as a matter of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. Despite you having an assassin's exchange, but okay, you know, let's throw that out the window, because, you know, we ain't talking about that right now. But we will, just not now, because frick you, man. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. I walked through the door. A mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. What? I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seiyo throw, though he couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Ippon Seiyo, a common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. I wish, like, Sholmes had a camera on him or something. I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Goku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. My brother in Christ. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. Frick you, man! Like... You're also as bad as Gant. Anyway. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Actually, no, even more bad than Gant. Because, my god, that man. Okay. Okay.
Hold it!
Because the so-called guards posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention a bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else? Like, who? You're still having. Wait, do you even have Kuruma on your. I don't even know. I have to look. Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set alarm bells in the guard's head. Especially given the freaking rule. Okay, yeah, he doesn't have Kuruma with him. Alright. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Yeah, they let you walk onto the ship. Well, actually, you know. Well, he was permitted on, like, the SS Bureau. Because why not? Like. I left the cabin before its occupant returned and immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly. All I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back in my cabin. You entered without any inkling of suspicion. That's right. None whatsoever.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about the Inspector Gregson. Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I valued my life over manners. You flung the man. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose. That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. I'd never seen the muzzle of a revolver shaken about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot at somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. I soon took care of him with a Seo throw.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun, that was a very brave move, wasn't it? My Ipunseo is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ipunseo throw. Imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It's nothing to do with this murder.
Hold it!
The crown snapped off and the glass covered the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off, or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. The point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not! All the watch proves is that the power of my jujutsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was obvious bullet hole in the wall. What are you talking about? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? I don't care for such fiction. Go to the freaking scene of the crime. Maybe the bullet's not there anymore, but the freaking hole is. Haven't you worked it out yet? You little A stripling? My god. No murder took place in my cabin. Can I see your case? I want to see your freaking suitcase, my guy. Oh. A question I just remembered, like someone asking on Twitter. I thought it was like, I didn't get it at first. But I'll say it here. What does, like, Ryunosuke, Judge Jigoku, and Creston all have in common? I'm just gonna say that. That's all I want to say. Spectre was clearly killed, haven't returned to Britain because his body was found in London. Yeah, well, but there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have gone back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at the same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but all passengers' luggage is inspected when it's unloaded from arriving vessels. Not his mother frickin' thing! And I would like to think that the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as a hand luggage. Or as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you imagine the body would have been disposed off at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transfer the body back to Britain. Let's kill that idea then. But perhaps not. Mr. Sato? We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? Look, man, it's only been a year. Like, I thought I had been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. So it starts speaking Japanese, like... I can't read a lick of it, man. I think I ought to alter my testimony with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. Oh! Oh, Wait, which one of these images is it? Hold on, I need to find it. Ah, frick! Hey guys, wait, where is it? Is it this one? Which image? Oh my god, did I even save it? Oh my god, frick off. I had that image saved, and I think I freaking... Where did I put it? Is it this? No, wait, that's... No, wait, I found it. Hey guys. It's Christmas, guys! Look, Gregson's here! He's here, guys! I'm going to freaking kill this man! He has that dead serious look on his face, but little does he know, where's that picture? I hate this. I hate life. I hate this. I hate life. Gregson was in this picture the whole time. I love this game. It's great. Happy fun
Objection.
time. I love this game so much. I hate this man though. Actually, no. I love this game so much because, like, this whole game, from the very freaking beginning, things were freaking set. And from the beginning of this case, or the last case technically, or the last game, that picture, there's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Well, those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? That mother freaking suitcase. I want that in the courtroom right freaking now. I love this game. Like, I don't want to say I hate this game. Like, I love this game. I really do. I love this game. But I hate it because, like, from the very freaking beginning, this mother freaker was stuck in that freaking box. Dead. And he was sitting in it. That was Gregson's coffin right there. I hate this. I knew you were jealous. Not jealous anymore. Nope. I'm not. I wish your bags were searched, sir, but frick you for being a freaking, whatever. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. Here's in that mother freaking suitcase. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting that makes that photo 100 times worse. I'm afraid I am. Yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Merry Christmas, everyone! Here's Gregson's corpse in this trunk. Shut up! I'm turning this off. Hold up. Alright. I'm skeptical, Counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. Does someone want to bring the trunk in and have freaking Judge Jigoku step inside? I don't know. You could probably fit in its strong hearts. Also, I've seen a man in a freaking what's it? A very small safe. He was able to fit inside, and what's with people just like stuffing themselves inside of like small places? What's up with that? It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jugoku? Just take a step in your coffin, in Gregson's coffin. But inside his trunk, how horrifying! And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street. Taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gory, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She acknowledged there were signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition, could have been delayed by storing in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requested size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Megatoa told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Shigoku. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Goku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barak von Zeke shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disapprove the prosecution's claim at this time, defense deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. Oh my god. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning of the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. This evidence clearly contradicts that claim. My god, yeah. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, it was this. Because with how Judge Goku was curled up in that suitcase.
Take that!
A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adapted to that fetal position due to the pain of the shock, which subsequently proved fatal.
Attention.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Goku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting the inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. No! You're quite right. The shape of the body, it looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. You gonna fess up now, you punk? Judge Goku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Present my trunk? I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because some stripling baseless accusations. In other words, Judge Goku, there is blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. The freaking... Why was his freaking, like... The freaking crown of his pocket watch was in here, man. I want to see the trunk. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in British highest court. Wait. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Frick you. Frick you. Order of the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious! You did it! Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Usogi? What? Very well. I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You... Dear God, outrageous! So it was you! You admit, Inspector... No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. Oh, he's shifting the blame onto Kazuma. Frick you! As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it in the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it to Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it! If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted the mission to take the inspector's life. That's right, who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi! You... I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku! You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't... So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense, what is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion on the night in question, the victim assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku, or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well, the defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by the Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is... Oh my god. My god, meh. It'd be impossible. It's impossible. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is. No question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. What? Court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement? La 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 la. It's this. It was this.
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is, when the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea for the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Sogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked this ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town, and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Sogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing! Dun, 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 dun. No, absolutely not! I don't accept that at all! Man. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself, but can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. He has a signature at the freaking place! Hold on, I need to refill my drink, God. Okay. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby in the ship. Just waiting for his chance to... No, that's out of the question. Freaky, man. Oh god, chips. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in the boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No, there's no escaping this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. He gonna crash out! You kill Inspector Tobias Gregson and transport his corpse back to Britain. When you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street, it made it look as if the murder had happened there, which... My god. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro Jigoku. It was a dang trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Oh! Holy frick! It's over! My life is over! I British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange requested arrival from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Usogi. But things didn't go according to plan. You're the chosen assassin never made to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. So it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that! The mastermind of the entire operation! The Reaper himself! So, that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper! Yeah, now can we go back to the assassin's exchange, because this has to do with it. My god. I'm not at liberty to say anything about any British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. Oh, I wonder why you can't mention who it is. I wonder. It was all a trap designed to lead him to France, and to his own death. Oh, how awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him any time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion. So I bided my time, waiting, for the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I had intended to finish him by strangulation the moments before I had the chance. He suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. I received the British-issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There's no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. I'm surprised that no one went in there and be like, man, why is there a freaking luggage in here? And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps. If the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London, in that case, you must have known. You must have an intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon. In order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. That is so... That's like very like scary and horrifying. Like, oh, this is a nice picture. We're all together. Like... Especially with Gregson, like, with a dead corpse in there. My god. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. And he's kept up that face for years. He's like, I'm nervous on the inside, but I'm locking in. On Fresno Street, I saw a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would otherwise. The hairpiece we found at the scene, the inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. I only arrived at the room at around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body into the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. Now, unless you could, like, pull off some freaking professor thing. An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassins exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Oh, I think it would. Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Oh my god. Sashiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found. And may I remind all of those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Oh, Kazuma, please don't. Oh, wonderful! Well done, Mr. Naruhodo! Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. Well, we do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Barrick von Zeeks.
Objection!
Frick you, man. The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What? What? Judge Jigoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, Barrick von Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Sogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Sashiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into the sick, merciless assassins exchanged. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position of to give such an order. Oh yeah, what freaking position is Zeke's in? I love this game. As we already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accused the man in the dock, Barrick von Zeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey. And furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? I frick you, mate. The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case? Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Von Zieks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps the circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Von Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Von Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in a session for supplementary hearing. Everyone, the courtroom's man, I just want to, go back home and sip on my wine. Oh, he's ore farming! Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my soured the contents of my hollowed chalice. I love how he just has that. Who gave him wine? Lord Von Zieks! I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now, and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Von Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous, because Uma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself. I knew it would be like this, and I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise, as a lawyer and as his friend. Then that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. Oh god. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. So you deny all accusation by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you mastermind the assassination exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believed me to be the Reaper. However, that's a falsity, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo? Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth, even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in the pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction, you're convinced, lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Okay, yeah, I read, like, one line, and I'm like, I know what that is, I just have to find the evidence. Yeah, okay, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Oh, really? Where is it? Where's that motherfucking autopsy report? Let me make sure. Yeah, so coroner, Dr. Wilson, and where was it? Okay, yeah. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so dodgily for the autopsy procedure. That's how you all are, like, you also use this evidence in court. Dude.
Objection!
What is this? An autopsy report. Wait. This is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint von Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see. The defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. The truth is not what you seem, Prosecutor Sogi. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? The autopsy report from the professor's final victim, is an undeniable link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that cursed name again. The professor. I personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victims' souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord von Zeeks, Lord Clint von Zeeks, it was unthinkable. If someone implored the powers that to be allowed the autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Isogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. Why is he called the professor? I always like... Maybe it's a reference to something, probably. Like, I don't get why he's called the professor as a pseudonym. Or maybe I missed something. The neighbor Lord Von Zeke's here to avenge his brother's senseless death. The marvelous victory in court, which you were supposed to be prosecuting, I will reiterate. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? The inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together. No, Zeke's wasn't a part of this. No, bro. To cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous! And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Oh yeah, let's by killing those same people. Which is why the inspector in the corner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and Britain. Using the two killers recruited for the Assassin's Exchange. How can Zeke's like, I'm looking directly at the guy that's done it. Oh my god, how long we gonna be? 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it, which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost! You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to squash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know this one's wash! You're claiming your father was misrepresenting a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence. That's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the chorus heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of it being the assassin recruited to kill Sashiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged that I'd already deduced. There was a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secrets! While we waited for my supposed mark on Jigoku's cabin, what the fudge? What? I drew my clan's illustrious sword Kuruma before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Sogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated! It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Von Zeke's autopsy were fabricated, Then the investigating officer Gregson, the lead coroner Wilson, must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Beric von Zeeks. He wasn't even going to be the prosecution, it was going to be mother frickin'. In other words, Beric von Zeeks. Frick you, frick you, frick you.
Objection!
Kazuma Sogi. What? What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know the name of the Reaper. Yes! What? Lord von Zeeks. I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord von Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there's only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You? I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... I hate you so much, you mother freaking looking freaking Damon Gant mother fricker. I'm taking this man down. I'm dragging this man down with me. If I'm revealing government secrets, I'm taking him down with me. Freak you.
Take that!
I hate this man. The only person who could have arranged the Assassin's Exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mel Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Frick you. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint von Zeeks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. This is a freaking circus and I'm the clown. And you're going to clown school with me. I hate this man so much. Well, Lord von Zeeks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now, I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seichiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. The court awaits your response, my lord. He's aura farming! Frick this man, I hate him. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself. You claim there is some wrongdoing with Lord Clint von Zeke's autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard this from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. Oh, I wish. You mean to say... I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Following the Inspector Gregson's murder and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago. Is there? Eugene Mikatoba, get to the freaking stand! So that was the real purpose of the Assassin's Exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accuser brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections? Kazuma, he's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint von Zeke's autopsy. There is someone! He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me. Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person in the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint von Zeke's is... Get to the freaking stand, Eugene. We need ya.
Take that!
Heavens help us. Another Japanese! Frick you, man! Go to the Thames. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord, Professor Eugene Mikatoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Sashiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could this testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikatoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikatoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Prosecutor, Professor Megatoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. Frick you. Okay. The defense's demand is denied. What? But Professor Megatoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to stand this in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongar has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Sogi, let me refresh your memory as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the Assassin's Exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony. The Professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Sogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Oh my god! Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. And as for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection.
But we all know that what will happen. They'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Sogi, oh god, if this just ended all right here, then freaking like anything, oh no, a lot of people will be in danger. Oh no. You'll be remanded from these proceedings willingly. I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Isogi. He's crashing out. Oh my god. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... Heck yeah! Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once. Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Frick you. Lord Male Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered! It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? to nod along to the prevarications of your superiors. You lost control of this circus of a court! Frick you! It seems to me that we have stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. As he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But will that really do? Since dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Single person... Oh my god. What? The trial should go on! Summon the witness! That's right, we need to clear things up for that young Japanese fellow recommended. Let's freaking go! Yeah! My lord, you assured those present that you will uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself in this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. Let's go! A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Yes! My lord? You hear the voices of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. Court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? October is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikitoba is here in the courthouse! Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards. And a reminder, if you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. But that will be next time. It is getting very late. Well, not very late. It's only like almost 9 p.m. And then I need all the energy I have for the next part of the trial. So Sholmes is the GOAT. He is the GOAT. Yeah. I'm sorry. I just freaking... Why? Why was she... What? Why was Maria... I don't know, Mariah. Why? Why was she just staring at him? Okay. This is where I'm gonna end this stream. I'm sorry, Mariah, just like just staring at like Mikatoba for some freaking reason like that. This made me laugh. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna end the stream here because this is gonna take a while and my energy's already sapped away. But Chums is the GOAT. It's gonna be even more of the GOAT later on, by the end of this case, because it's gonna be the freaking greatest thing I've seen ever. But I hope you guys have a wonderful day. Thank you for joining this stream. I hope you. Oh my god, I'm repeating stuff. I'm so tired. it's only 9 p.m. I mean, I should be this tired, but I shouldn't be this tired. Bleh, words. But I shall be signing off. Hopefully, do this tomorrow. If freaking OBS doesn't crash on me, you better not crash on me. You better not freaking spike with the ping. But hope you guys have a good day. Now shall see y'all next time for whenever I do this. Goodbye.